Hello everybody, and welcome back to the Dre Sanchez YouTube channel. We're here at Palm Springs International Airport here in California at gate B12, standing in front of this beautiful United 737 MAX 8. And as I'm here, I just want to tell each and every one of you, thank you for rocking with your boy from day one, or if you just started rocking with me, or if you're watching this after I've already recorded this and you start rocking with me, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Guys, the channel is getting a facelift. We're scaling it up, so be prepared for big changes. For example, you might find me in the cockpit of a 737 MAX 8 flying for United. I'm going to show you how to start it up cold and dark, take it off, and of course we're going to butter it. You also might find me in the cabin of a nice executive jet, just sitting back, maxing in, relaxing. Either way, fam bammers, I wouldn't want to do it without you on board each and every time. So once again, thank you so much for always rocking with me, for adding your comments, for helping me learn, and for allowing me to share what I know and love about aviation. I hope to see you guys in the new year, and I wish each and every one of you a happy and blessed new year, not only for you, but your family. We'll see you in the skies, guys.
Captain Dre and the entire Dre Sanchez family welcomes you to another stream and appreciates you choosing us for your travel and entertainment needs. Today, we are anticipating an on-time departure and arrival, so sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. While on board, please remain respectful to the crew and passengers at all times, and do not hesitate to add your positive comments to the chat. See you at 30,000 feet.
Above 200 minimum 100 50 40 30 20 retard and retard right.
Captain Dre from the flight deck, and I would like to thank you once again for choosing us for your travel needs. We will be on the ground on time in Colorado Springs here shortly, so if you're making a connecting flight, you'll have enough time to get to your gate. As you exit the jetway to the terminal, staff will be ready to direct you to your next gate, where you can use the mini screens to find the information you need. Please be careful as you disembark the aircraft into the jetway. Have a great rest of your day.
Captain, the cabin is secure for landing.
What is up, my peeps? Happy 2026 to each and every one of you. You know we got to start it out with something, my G's. Capital G, capital O, capital D. Thank you for waking me up today, blessing me with another day, another year, another chance to stream here with you fine folks. Big up to wifey and kids, of course, and everyone else out there, man. Good to see you guys rocking with your boy. We coming out swinging in the new year, my G's. Drew Stone 77 in the house. Big up, happy new year to my G. Salute to you. Flayox 2282. Hello, how are you doing? Good to see you. Happy new year to you, my fellow veteran retired firefighter. Olive Garrett says baggage claim time in the house. My man, Greenlight Auto Brokers in the house. Big fan bammer. Big up to you, my G. Happy New Year to you, and I wish you nothing but happiness, health, peace, prosperity, my G. Rock City, the one, the only, in the house. What up? Cup of Henny up, throw it back, my G. And we are also saying hello, of course, to my boy Berto. Happy New Year's to you. Un placer verte de nuevo, papá. Good to see you, my fellow Callian. And D-Champ is in the house. Happy 2026 to you, my G. 100% D-Champ. Always good to see you, my G. Good to see everybody here. We getting ready to rock this thing. And if you guys haven't, while I'm getting the plane ready, run back to the beginning of the stream. Check the new infomercial we did out. We got big things coming up on the channel. But other than that, man, it's time to get it on. We got LA Center on. We got passengers going to El Paso, Texas. And then from El Paso, Texas, we are going up to the Colorado Springs, man. So we got at least 2 legs popping and locking here in this baby bus. So let's get on board here without further ado. And let's just make sure everything is cold and dark. Come in here. Flaps are in the up position. Engine start switches are in the off position, along with the ignition is in normal. The speed brakes, ground spoilers are disarmed. Okay. Parking brake is set. Thrust reversers are in the idle. And the only thing right now we have reporting connected to the aircraft here, as you can see, is the ground power. So without further ado, let's go ahead and we're going to do ground power, but let's turn these tunes off. Let's do it clean. But before we do that, let's check here. We got LA Center on, San Diego Tower, San Diego Ground, San Diego ATIS, along with LA Center and SoCal approach. Love the intro, fam. Full effect. Yes, sir. Appreciate it. Yeah, check that intro out, my G's. We doing it. We doing it this year. I'm scaling up in my business. I'm scaling up on the channel. Let's do this. All right. Let us stop la música for now, man. Bada bing, bada boom. There we go. And let's hear the sounds of this baby bus, and then we'll get our flight plan all situated. Let's go ahead and go with battery 1, battery 2, and then immediately we'll go ahead and jump on that external power. Let's go ahead and arm the emergency lights. We're gonna do nav, and I just put logo on anyway because I can. We're gonna turn the crew supply of oxygen on, and now we need to align our IRSs. Okay, perfect. Those are on and stable. Everything else looks like it can be good to go. Let's go ahead and we'll do our fire test here in a moment. Actually, we can just get them done now. Okay, we got a squib discharge on and off. Let's do the APU test on and off. And you want to see everything light up. On and off. Fire test is complete. Now we can most certainly start bringing our displays alive here by turning them up, because by default they are not. Let's get one brightness clicked here on the left MCDU. And let's help the first officer out over here who's slacking because they're not here. Okay, guys, we got good lights on the bird. Now, let's go ahead and get right here to our page. We do have a flight plan loaded in. We've already received a pre-departure clearance, so we're going to initialization request. Pardon me there. Okay, we'll let that fill in. We got one more, and then now we can go ahead and confirm that we do in fact want to align the IRS. We got San Diego, we got El Paso, and then of course we got our alternate field here, which we'll pull up in the charts just to verify that that's in fact what we need. Now there's a few ways that you can load this Airbus. As promised, I'm going to show you guys everything. You can either come here and you can run things from this situation as well, which is like a user interface. I personally like to do it from the ISS screen all at once, but you can come down here and do some of these things from here as well. However, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over to our ISCS screen here and go to loading performance, and I should have already what the flight plan has given me. So we should have 140 passengers, check. We should have roughly 200 kilograms of cargo, check. And we should have 6,649 kilograms, check. We're 9 short, so now we can just apply these. And now we're good to go. Now here's one other thing that you want to check right now, folks. You want to check the zero fuel weight center of gravity, 28.6, and how many tons, 55.2 and 6.6 on the fuel. We're going to come back here to the init page, and we're going to 55, 28.6, 6.6. So these numbers matter. So again, you're going to always want to double check the numbers here and make sure your weights and your fuel are all correct. It is. Then you can also come up here on this lower above the ECAM display, and you can always come up here and check. Here's your fuel right here. IRS will be in a line in 7 minutes, so that gives us time to do what we have to do, and we can get our PAC-X going here. I hope everybody is doing well this New Year's Day. I hope that your holiday season was what you wanted it to be, and above all, that we're still here, we're still alive, we're still blessed. San Diego, El Paso, flight level 370, check. Alright, we do have in-flight entertainment, and we are Wi-Fi capable. And we are going to play some boarding music. Let's go ahead and choose numero 9. Then we'll open that, and we'll open this. Okay, so that looks like Bravo there. So we should be able to not have to call for push. Let me check you guys out. Thank you for that wonderful Mitar, Drew, the weatherman. Berto says Happy New Year's, everyone. Man, much love. Appreciate it. The altimeter, guys, is 3008. So why don't we get that in before we check the ATIS? And then, of course, here, we'll go for 309. That's close enough. IRS is still aligning. Let's go ahead, guys, and throw our flight plan in. Okay, we're leaving on the Zoo 4. Departing runway 27, so Western Ops. Just the other day I was flying out of here, and it was Eastern Ops, which is very rare for the coastal cities in California to run Eastern Ops. They typically, you will see that during the winter months when we're getting all the storms. Okay, we're transitioning Gila Bend, which is Golf Bravo November. And there's T's.
which is our transition. We're expecting runway 22. So we are going to anticipate ILS 22. We're on the Molly 5. It's not going to be any transition onto the ILS, and we're going to go with T's, and we're going to insert that. And we should have a pretty succinct. Now there is one change more than likely that I looked. I believe we're going to want to get rid of Wicker and go to Fispy. So while we're loading up, folks, let's go ahead and get the charts up and running. Let's go ahead and pick our departure charts time now. First flying time over to El Paso is 1 hour and 19 minutes. And then our ride up to Colorado Springs will be, I believe, just a little bit longer than that once we depart out of El Paso. I'll read my pre-departure clearance here, and then we'll get some stuff checked, and then we'll look and see if our pushback is in fact going to require us to push into a taxiway or not. Okay. Runway 22 in El Paso is really nice because we can just take it straight down to the terminal. We're arriving into El Paso on the Molly 5. We'll be transitioning here at T's, and then we'll be here at Wicker. Okay, we'll be here at Wicker, and then we will anticipate. In Wicker, if you see, it basically puts us in a long right downwind, base, and then we'll just join the initial approach fix here and bring it straight in. Auto brakes low because the runway is pretty. All of these routes I've been flying them more. All the routes that I'm flying for you guys in the future, I've been flying them more for experience, you know, as your pilots would. So your regular routes. So that's what I've been doing lately, folks. If I'm not streaming, it doesn't mean I'm not working and preparing for a stream. That's for sure. Okay, so there's pre-so, so we can either take Wicker to pre-so or Fispy, one of the two, and then go from there. Alright, let's go ahead and look at our pre-departure clearance. Okay, climb via SID, expect flight level 370. Okay, we got departure frequency. Let's put our squawk in, which is 1355, and then we'll get ready to get out of here, guys. 1355. Now we must reference the chart, because now that I have verified that in fact we are departing via SID, now we can set up for flight level 230. So with that being said, let's go ahead and get you guys some of that going. Okay. Now we'll bug up to 370 in the target altitude there. We got a line in about 0 minutes, so we'll have that map there shortly. Alright. We're going to go ahead and plug in the actual ATIS now here and just make sure it is matching up with what my G gave us. 1, 2, 3. That's ground. Look, ATIS just went off. Look at that. And center just went off. I guess they took the ATIS with them, so. Okay, let's go ground anyway, since I'm here.
Aircraft Limerick ground is closed. Make further requests at Limerick Tower 118.3.
Okay, I guess they just closed too. So
755 Delta with you, Bravo and ready.
Departure will stay on. So let's get
And call sign is it Snowbird 55.
128050
Snowbird 55
for SoCal departure.
Limerick Tower 27 line up on right traffic.
There we go. And they did bring ATIS back, but it's a different frequency.
7 line up and wait, Snowbird
34.8.
You have information whiskey.
Okay, whiskey.
Lineberg Field HF information whiskey 2251 Zulu. Web variable at 3. Visibility 10. View clouds at 1,200. Ceiling 3,800 broken.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard Flight 3.
Temperature 18.
The service to
2.16.
Our flight time will be roughly 1 hour and 18 minutes.
Landing
Now that
runway
the cabin door is
27.
closed, please make sure that all
Local.
devices are in airplane mode and your large devices are not shut down or stowed. Please fasten your seatbelt and make sure that all tray tables,
Notices
and
to
fasten
airmen
in full upright
hazardous weather information for San Diego available on flight service station. ADEX system in use. Activate transponder with mode C on all taxiways and runway. Rethink all runway hold short instructions.
Alright, so we got whiskey. So runway 27, the winds are variable at 3. So we'll leave that there. And the temperature is 18, so this is off 1. QNH 3008.
Snowbird 55 Delta LB, loop traffic now 4 miles, final wind variable 392.
Runway looks to be dry. Anti-ice will be off. Takeoff weight 61.7. Takeoff weight 61. It's actually 61.5.
Speedbird 82 Papa Heavy, Limburg Tower. Traffic on the roll to depart prior to your arrival should be no factor. Wind variable 397, clear to land.
Okay, enter that. Center of gravity 28.9, that's fine. Configuration auto, air conditioning will be on. Let's compute. Alright, we got flaps 1, flex 68, 40, 40, 42, up 04. So 1 up 04.
Signature with whiskey ready to taxi. Snowbird 55.
And I'm just trying to get us out of here to stay on schedule, so I am 100% not ignoring you guys. I'll be there in a second. And what was it, 140 guys? 40 and 42. So V1 and V rotate are double 40, 42 for the climb out. And we are good. Let's clear all messages. Clear out. Boom, boom, boom. Onto the flight plan. And let's go to the doors now and see what we got open. No doors open. Perfect. Let's go ahead and schedule our pushback here. Let's see what we look like outside first for push. Okay, so we don't even need to push there, so let's get better pushback going here.
Ground to cockpit. Plan acknowledged. Call me through the menu.
And the
when you are
doors are
ready.
confirmed and closed. Fuel pumps are coming on. And APU's getting ready to be started. You can see the volts kicked up there. Alright. Countdown's done. APU doors open. Let's come off the doors and we should have a nice APU screen. There it is.
All aircraft, Limburg Guinness information X-ray now current wind 310 at 3, altimeter 3008.
310 at 3. X-rays current 310 at 3. Enter that. Compute that. 68, 40, 42. Everything's the same. We now have X-ray on board. We're just waiting for the APU to fully initialize. Okay, folks. No smoking to on. Seatbelts on. Once the system comes up on the APU, we're good to go. bleed's coming on. Sternal power's coming off. Let me see if we need a shift G here. Okay, we don't. Let's get the pushback coming, folks, because we're not messing around here today.
Ground to cockpit.
All right,
Driving up.
we're going to go to the ISCS screen here. We're going to go to ground services, and we can no longer have it in our hearts to request the chocks or the GPU. Let's make sure I got it off. It did. Okay. Chocks, GPU off, APU's on. Okay, guys, it's time to go ahead and now that the APU is providing us ample power, let's get our weather system set up for a seamless start. GCS multi-scan both to auto. Weather is just on weather. We won't put terrain on. We'll be on system numero uno, auto. And the transponder is on, and the tug is coming. Okay, we got doors confirmed and all sealed up. Let's go ahead and do a quick recall status. Normal. Okay, we're good.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
All right, guys.
November 134, Papa Tango.
And glare shield panel looks good. Both flight directors are on. Let's go ahead and confirm. We're now putting on our terrain. We'll keep that at 40, and we'll keep our side, the pilot flying, at 20 range. You can see here we'll be doing a nice left turn as we depart out of the San Diego area. Okay, we've got 18.3. We've got our departure frequency 12805. And let me check UGs out for a second here.
Tow connected.
All right, you guys are doing good.
Release parking brake.
All right. Release parking brake in full effect. Let me do one last checky check here. Okay, perfect. All right. Let's release the parking brake, folks.
Lufthansa 2 Papa Heavy, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Starting pushback. And you may start engine.
Beacon is on. So there's no significant.
Just adds up, we're going to be doing like a mini ground stop right now because SoCal Departure has a bunch of aircraft and he's kind of down the tube, so we're going to be doing a mini ground stop right now.
As they demonstrate the safety features of our aircraft. You will notice a light illuminated above your seat.
So we're doing a mini ground stop, which is annoying.
To fasten, insert the metal fittings into one another and tighten by pulling.
So I'm glad I didn't start the engines yet.
To release your seatbelt, lift the upper portion of the buckle. We suggest that you keep your seatbelt fastened throughout the flight as we may experience.
And
Please take a few
Lindbergh
moments
Tower,
to now locate
American
one of the
318
several
pushing
emergency
now
exits
back,
on this aircraft.
receiving
In
your
some
message
cases,
from the
your nearest
American
exit may be
terminal.
behind you.
Any idea how
In
long
case
the
of
ground stop will
emergency
be?
and we need to evacuate the aircraft, there is lighting on the floor that will guide you towards the exit.
Lufthansa 2
In the
Papa
event
Heavy.
Oh, you know what? I'm not even on the. I'm not even transmitting to them, I don't think.
Press the oxygen, pull the mask towards you. Place it firmly over your nose and mouth.
Yeah, for all you guys, I'm probably going to stop launching people for about 5 minutes, and then after that, I'm just going to slowly start launching everyone one by one, because it's not like an official ground stop, I'm just doing that out of a courtesy for him. So let's do that. So there's going to be no departures for like probably the next 5 minutes, maybe a little bit longer, and then after that, it's just going to be slowly one by one.
Okay, roger that. It's American 318. We'll go ahead and do our startup process then if it's just for 5 minutes and be sufficient with that on the taxi to runway 27.
Inflate the vest, pull firmly on the red cord only when exiting the aircraft. If it doesn't inflate automatically, you may blow into the mouthpiece for manual inflation. This vest is equipped with a whistle and a
Alright, so they're doing, kind of doing an unofficial ground stop. So let's just get out of here because we're getting out of here really quick. We're going to be off to the east. Okay, they're disconnecting. We've been cleared to start. Calling out starting the right engine. Ignitions to start. Right engine. Start switch. Into is climbing.
We suggest reading this and letting a cabin member know if you have any questions. Thank you for flying with us again, and we hope you enjoy your flight.
Yeah, we don't want any ground stops, my G's. Yep, guys, this is going to be a good day. Once I get in the air, I will be stepping out of the flight deck here and there, as usual. when I'm not needed, and then when I'm needed, I come back. That's how it is, man. I hope you guys are enjoying the new year so far. And looking forward to being more consistently knocking out streams this year.
American 1950, Limerick Tower, lower to 27, clear land.
Okay, we got one on the end. Okay, we got availability. Engine 2, call out starting engine 1. N2 at 13. Should get fuel around 25. All right, while that's happening, folks, let's go ahead and arm the ground spoilers. Select brakes to 1 and make sure we get an indication there. And then once we get availability, ignitions to normal, bleed off, and APU off. Ignitions will come to normal. And we'll get the APU bleed off now and the master off. And that is good to go. Alright, now guys, we are going to put our auto brake into the max, because on this aircraft that will signify the rejected takeoff. And now we need to make sure that we are in fact up 04. So let's confirm this here. And we're also going to confirm it one more time in our takeoff information, just to make sure as a check. Up 04 is confirmed. And then we're going to go for the taxi. We'll start at the after start, of course, just to make sure we do everything here since we have time.
We're prepared for takeoff.
Okay, flight controls check. Full up. Down. Neutral. Aileron left. Aileron right. And neutral. Let's get on these rudders. Rudder right. Rudder left. And toe brake. Confirm parking brake is still on, and it is, and neutral. And we'll do our brake test as well once we get out of here. And we can come back onto the wheel and cut that back off. And now we'll go to takeoff configuration. Let's check the cab. Ben. Alright, cabin is checked. Takeoff configuration is normal. Engine selector mode was to normal. APU bleeds, we did off. Ground spoilers, we armed. Rudder trim is zeroed out. Flaps are set and indicated at 1. Pitch trim is set. Up 04. ECUM status has been checked. Engine anti-ice is not required. Wing anti-ice is not required. APU master is off. ECAM door all slides were armed. We checked it. Nose steering is disconnection memo is not displayed and cleared it. Disconnect announce. Okay, taxi, we need taxi clearance, which we haven't got, and we'll get the rest of those we did. However, I already checked the flight controls. We need to do the brakes. The brakes, takeoff data has been revised. ATC clearance have been confirmed. FCU altitude and heading are set. They're both going to be on the navigation or following GPS, and that means pushed in dots. Weather radar is on. PWS is on. TCAS mode is set for takeoff already. Terrain is on the ND. Auto brake is set to max. Takeoff configuration, we already tested it, and we'll take the takeoff memo we checked. There was no blue cabin report. We just received it, so we're running this.
American 1950, welcome to San Diego. Left turn when able, taxi Bravo to parking.
Left when able, Bravo to parking. We'll vacate via Bravo 8, American 1950. Thanks.
Limburg Tower, American 318, information X-ray is ready to taxi.
United 318, Limburg Tower, roger.
That's American 318, sir.
American 318, roger, my bad, that's hold position.
Okay, we'll hold in place, American 318, thanks a lot. Goes an old livery of American there, American 1950. So guys, we're just holding position here, essentially. So he's just going to taxi me slow.
American 318, runway 27, taxi Bravo, Bravo 1.
Runway 27, Bravo, Bravo 1, American 318. Alright, so let's get rolling. Nose lights coming on. runway turnouts are coming on. Let's ding them.
San Diego Tower.
All right. And brakes are coming off.
With X-ray request seating. Mission start when available.
Brake check.
Southwest.
Brakes are checked. Confirm.
59 Lumber Tower. Are you able to push into the ramp or do you need push on the Bravo? We are able to make it into the ramp for Southwest.
Camera is safe.
Southwest 1959, push on the ramp will be at your discretion, then call for taxi. Roger that, we'll call for taxi, Southwest 1959.
Again, flying time is hour and 19 minutes.
Back CD62, contact SoCo departure, Sam. Order departure.
Yeah, you can see there's a few stacked in front of us, though. Guess everybody wanted to take that holiday flight.
Three Towers, Southwest 508, stand 16, request permission, sir. Southwest 508, Lindbergh Tower, are you able to push into the ramp from there, or do you need that push in the Bravo?
Okay, confirm APU is in fact off.
Actually looking at it, I think I can push it into the ramp for Southwest 508.
Taxi clearance, nose light, park brake was off. Elapsed time we just did get to run. Thrust levels to idle, and we already did the brake check. Yeah, this is what they're talking about. The time, the ET, we already did that. So then all we got to do is go up to run for our departure. I like to run the chronometer and both, but sometimes the chronometer is just, it's only ran when the engines are in toga to see how long they stay at that level of performance for safety reasons.
Citation 4 Romeo Hotel, Lindbergh Tower, 827, clear land. 27, clear land, citation 4 Romeo Hotel.
All right, so we got a busy San Diego Lindbergh here. Flown into this airport quite a bit. My niece, when she graduated high school, this is like a little military reserve area over here. We went there, reserved like a little pavilion, and that's where she had her high school graduation area, and that was now about 10 years ago. Wow, 9 years ago. It'll be 10 years next year. Already that quick. Frontier in the house. Okay, everything's looking good here. Arm flaps set, indicating never can scan enough. No alerts, no alarms.
Flight 4427, contact SoCo departure, see you. Over SoCo, Frontier Flight 4427 too.
One thing that we didn't do, we got to make sure that cockpit door is locked. Knew there was something that's not necessarily, I always remember. Let's look back. Cockpit door is in fact closed and locked. Some texture popping over there. Little cruise line over there. Pretty dope. Another little boat there. And that's pretty consistent. That's the inner harbor area there. They also have a boat, a Navy boat, a retired aircraft carrier, the USS Midway. Then there's a nice seafood restaurant there. There's a cheesecake factory over there. And there's also what you got called Seaport Village, and that little harbor area over on the other side next to the convention center. All right. And of course the infamous I-5 is just right over here. It's the major highway. that runs north and south just across the city. Sorry, it's probably the X-Plane little pause it does. There we go.
Southwest 508, runway 27, taxi by Bravo, Bravo 1, caution company pushing onto Bravo. Runway 27 via Bravo, Bravo 1, look out for any company for Southwest 508.
Alright, parking brake is set. Confirmed. And taxi light off. We'll check that inbound here. Let's get our takeoff stuff here situated. Takeoff clearance, brakes, thrust levers, flex. We're doing a flex takeoff. We'll start the chrono. Use rudder. We'll announce our takeoff below 80 knots. We'll announce 80 knots. We'll make sure we're in one EPR thrust set, which will be on the flex. Let's look at this aircraft coming in. Well, private jet deal.
Bloomberg Tower, Southwest 1959, we are ready for taxi. Southwest 1959.
All right, man.
Position for 1 minute. Alright, Southwest 434, we're ready for taxi. Southwest 434, 27, taxi Bravo, Bravo 1. 27, Bravo, Bravo 1, 434. November 4 Romeo Hotel, welcome to San Diego, taxi Charlie Hotel to signature cadet. Charlie Hotel to signature, that is Romeo Hotel, cadet. All aircraft be advised due departure frequency 119.6. At Southwest 538, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Alright, so we'll be up next.
Southwest 538.
11906, we're on it. We'll just cut it off for now.
Southwest 1959, runway 27, taxi by Bravo, Bravo 1. 27, Bravo, Bravo 1 for Southwest.
Taxi light on.
Then for tower, good afternoon. Delta 3741 up beam, gate 47, radio taxi information X-ray.
Gonna get our departure pulled up here on our tablet.
Delta 3741, Lifter Tower, 27, taxi by Bravo, Bravo 1. 27 by Bravo, Bravo 1, Delta 3741. And third over 134, Bravo Singer, ready for taxi. American 318, runway 27, line up runway traffic, 9.5 mile final.
Runway 27, line up and wait. Traffic advised, American 318. Alright.
Southwest 951, ready for taxi, runway 27, information exit.
All lights are on.
Southwest 951, behind the company 73, left to right of Bravo, running 27, taxi.
So he's basically telling us to get hasty, which we are. Toe brakes. We're a very stubby aircraft, so we don't have to overturn this. We're very stubby.
Southwest 538, contact SoCal departure 119.6, see you. Departure 196, Southwest 538, thanks.
Alright, let's get ready to...
318, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Runway 27, clear for takeoff, American 318.
Challenger 4 Papa Tango, runway 27, taxi Hotel Charlie, Charlie 1.
Lexman, SRS 68, takeoff power, set. Airspeed is alive. 80 knots. $20. V1 and rotate. Positive rate. Gears coming up. Speed check flex up. Climb power. SoCal departure 19.6. We see American 318. Coming in very low. SoCal departure, American 318, 4,000, climbing via Sid.
American 318, turn off on shot. Expected 80, turn left heading 0, center 0, vectors, 2 final approach course. 090 vectors, final
So we got to put it to flight level 230 because center might come on, so let's play it safe. Okay, left turn.
Challenger 4 Papa take a right 27 line of point. 279 million Challenger 4 Papa take November 2 Romeo Fox on
Into the soup we go. Let's go ahead and get those nose gear situations off. Gears up. We'll get the autopilot on at 10,000 feet. I'm gonna have to go into the VATSIM client or the X-Pilot and see if I can turn these guys' volumes up. These engines are... I mean, I can hear what he's saying, but it's not too hot. I'm sure it's coming in low for you guys too. Alright, still into our turn here. Frequency change over to Unicom. Happy New Year, American 318. Alright, so we're out of there. We don't have to listen to them. We got the frequency change approved because of our altitude here shortly. So we've been released on our own reconnaissance, thank goodness, folks. Let's get on those flight directors all the way, get that nice flight path going there. We're going to hand it over, AP1, hand it over nice and smooth. AP1 is handed over. And we can now... Let's switch that over. Because we're just going to monitor comms 2 of 1228. Okay, 122.8, we're still on comms 2. We're transmitting on comms 2, turned all the way up, check. Ignitions are on the off position. Let's go ahead and start getting lights off. Okay, we'll turn them off as well. We'll keep the seatbelts on for a little bit longer. And let's go ahead and do our ECAM status. Status is normal, check. Let's go ahead and do our recall. Recall status is normal. 5 here, and 5 here. The clocks are synced up. We are above 15,000 feet, so that is well above 10. Terrain on the Indies coming off. We're going to extend the first officer's radar to the max. We're going to extend ours out to 40. Weather radar is on for both, and TCAS is on for both. We will be at transition here shortly. And it's about time to get the controls off for you guys. Alright. We're making things happen, my G's. We're just monitoring that station, but we don't need anything from there. Alright guys, we're making good headway. Once again, we do have a flying time of about an hour and 19 minutes to El Paso. Once we get definitely west of California, we should be experiencing pretty smooth weather, especially at the altitude that we're flying. Once we get out of here, this little bit of cloud layer that you see will disappear once we get over into the western side of California and the eastern side of Arizona. There's nothing. There could be some just very marginally light clouds. Before we get into our arrival in El Paso, we are going to potentially cross over kind of what we're seeing here. I'll check the weather, see if anti-icing is necessary, or we'll just throw it on for precautions. We'll see. But other than that, things look pretty good here. Things are looking pretty good. Yeah, expect a pretty smooth ride. The Molly 19, first of all, Happy New Year to you. Second of all, you're in luck because upcoming I will be doing more in-depth tutorials for some of these systems. So we'll just have to wait and see what's on the schedule. So the quick answer right now is no, I don't have any currently, other than every time I stream, I do my best to explain what I'm doing. So even though I'm not saying this is a tutorial, I fly for you guys so that you can literally go back and just do what I do to get the plane ready with my flow. And you would at least know how to get it to the point where I at least have it on and stuff, and then you get comfortable doing it however you do it after that. So specific tutorials, no, but you can go back to any streams where I'm flying an Airbus and you can look and see what I'm doing with the MCDU. As far as more in-depth systems, I haven't covered that, and I still have a little bit more probably to learn myself. I fly so many different aircraft, which you guys see on the channel, between DCS, X-Plane, Microsoft Flight, 2020 and 2024, that sometimes it's hard for me to go so far super in depth on some of them unless I really give that aircraft some special time. And maybe I'll do that for you guys this year. Maybe I'll pick an aircraft and we'll stream it all week and we'll learn every nut and bolt of it together. And that'd be something fun to do if I got that kind of passion for the aircraft. Sometimes I like to fly aircraft for variety. And I'm pretty bougie on what I like to fly. It must be pretty well simulated and study level, if you will. But I like the variety too, so we'll see if we can get you something out there. But I know there are other tutorials out there, Molly, or the Melee, I hope I'm saying it right, 19, that probably have some good MCDU stuff that I will even probably go revisit. Because in the Airbus, you can put a second flight plan in, which a lot of the times on departure, you're going to put, if you have an engine out, you're going to put engine out procedures in there. You're going to put certain things that are, and let's go get, we had transition, so we need to get our altimeters going. But yeah, there's a lot to learn, for sure. Okay, ground spoilers. Let's go ahead and disarm those. I got a little windy there talking. All right. So we can probably just switch to any old frequency here, and let's turn this to boom boom boom. And then before we get comfortable, we have to start verifying some stuff. And that's a good point too, Greg. Very good point. You have the actual documentation. Okay, guys. First of all, let's take a look at what we do and don't need. We don't need this chart. We don't need this chart. What we're interested in right now are these T's above flight level 330. Similarly, so let's T's will be above that 370. Between T's and Joe moved, the aircraft is decided. That is where we're going to start that. 312 flight level 257. So there's Joe moved. That's fine. 312 257. As long as we're above flight level 240, but not below it, we're okay. Wall knobs between 17,000 and 14,000. We'll have it at 290.14. Then we'll be woven. Then we've got Molly between 13 and 11. Okay, we're just under at 250 and slowing. And Wicker, we need Wicker at 210. And then from Wicker, it's got us going to Bisbee. So let's use the first officer side and make this make sense. So all we got to do now is kind of back this animal up. Okay, so here's Molly, here's Wicker. This is a strange Wicker, then Bisbee. Get a better look at that. Okay. Wicker, straight to Bisbee, then bada boom. We got Wicker at 9,000 and Bisbee at 59. Okay, Wicker at 9. Okay, Bisbee at 59. That looks good. That looks really good. So once we get to Bisbee, honestly guys, Bisbee is only 9 miles from wheels touching down. the ILS India Echo Lima Papa, we will be pretty much approach speed in the turn here. And if not, we'll only be 10 over our approach speed. Yeah, nice and slow. And I'm actually crossing, since we're going to hit Fisby, I may vector us just, I guess to the north, or if you will, I'm sorry, you know, yeah, to the north, if you will, of Fisby, and then make the turn so we have enough time to capture what we need to capture. But I'll see how I feel at the moment. And then Crumb at 51. Maltese Cross should be fully established. ILS runway 22. And then from there, I could just roll it out to Hotel or to Foxtrot. We'll do break low. Nice long runway. Nice long runway. We're going to go today, guys, with the MDA minimums, which in this is basically just a regular extended night. Otherwise, I could put 200 in. We're going to put 4150 in. And that way we don't have to worry about. If the winds are, let's say, 10 knots or higher, we will go flaps configuration 3, still with a low auto brake because of the distance, but because of the landing of the runway. If it's higher than 10 knots, we'll plan for that. If it's lower than 10 knots with a egregious crosswind, we'll decide how we feel about still landing flaps full or transitioning and landing to configuration 3. Guys, we're at 35,700 feet. TCAS within 40 looks clear. Let's come off of this. Go back, range it out. Now, another reason you want to check your altitudes, because you don't want the aircraft calculating an altitude and calculating your top of descent based off an altitude that is incorrect. And I've seen it happen. So that's why these checks are pertinent. Alright guys, it's almost time for some tunage here. I'll be stepping out the flight deck here once we do a health report and make sure that we are fully at the cruising altitude. Happy New Year's, and I'm most definitely going to start tuning. Oh, I appreciate Molly. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate the comment. Happy New Year's to you and your family. He said Dre doing charters for the Tony the Tiger Bowl. You silly Greg, man. Hey, so I was talking to the family about the flights in Mexico. So all of my whole household, we may be all going to the flights in Mexico. So we'll see if I can get them all there, man. So the whole Dre camp might be dripped out at the expo, so we'll see. Alright guys, so we are doing good. We're on the route there. There's no ATC here that I can see. Using the rusty dusty trusty tablet. Aircraft has just reached flight level 370, which will be our cruising altitude. As we come here to our perf page, we observe our top of descent is in 348 nautical miles. Fuel on board at our location will be 3,100 kilograms of fuel. And for our final reserves, we need 2,400 kilograms of fuel for the alternate airfield. So we're good here. Let's step to the next phase on the descent. Now, we are flying offset time. We're flying real weather, but offset time. So in our sim world, 1949 will be the descent. And you can see that that's roughly in 45 minutes or so. So about 50 minutes from now, you can best believe we're going to be on our way down. Once we get into El Paso, we're planning a couple of replays, a quick restart of X-Plane, and then we will most certainly be departing for Colorado Springs, which will be the end of service for today's American Airlines Flight 318. So now, guys, it's time to find a view. Let's see what we're going to go with. That's loud. That's beautiful there. Okay, I like this side. It's beautiful. So we're going to choose this side here, folks. Let's go ahead and rock some tunes. And I am running a sound pack for this aircraft. Pretty sure I am. Okay, guys, I'll be back in the flight deck with you guys here shortly. We're cruising, skies are looking good, and Happy New Year to each and every one. Timeless, man, what's up, my G? Good to see you. Good night to you, my friend, and Happy New Year to you and your family. Much appreciated, my friend, much appreciated. So guys, I'll be in the background. I'll be multitasking. It is New Year's Day. I'm gonna be right here monitoring the stream. Take a quick break, hydrate. I'll be back in the cockpit with you guys here shortly to bring us into El Paso for a quick turnaround to get our final service up to Colorado Springs, my G's. 2026 in the house. See ya. We're flying to El Paso, timeless, and then we're flying to Colorado Springs to complete service today, my friend. I'll be back shortly, guys. Alright, my G's, I'm still here. I'll be out of the flight deck again, but I just wanted to, okay, roger that, Timeless. Says if he can catch you for the return run. Yeah, no doubt. Up to the flight deck here, 370, everything looking good here. We have our most extended route. We'll go ahead and push this out to 80. Go ahead and check fuel here, 4.5. We already confirmed estimated fuel arriving at our destination is 3.1, and we needed 2.4, so 2,400 kilograms of fuel, roughly 262 nautical miles to go. 1948 is our descent time, and you know, we can just compare it with the current time and kind of figure it out. So it's 19:14:48, so you know, roughly 10. So about 34 minutes or so, and we'll be pretty much about to start our descent into El Paso for a very stern, by-the-book landing. Hopefully quick replay, and then we are going to get ready for our run up to Colorado Springs. Guys, we're almost going to be at our halfway mark, which will be equal halfway distance between our origin and our departure. So we're making headway, y'all. We're making headway, y'all. So once again, we got top of drop 1948, and it is currently 1914. So y'all do that math, you know, bada bing. So roughly 30 minutes, we're on the way down. About 32 minutes, y'all. So let's get back to this wing view. And like I said, I appreciate y'all riding on board. Happy New Year, and see you guys in a few minutes for the descent, fam bam brewskis. Y'all know what I mean. right. 34 miles to go, right on time. Let's go ahead and get to work right now. Just the time. The bottom and drop, folks.
From the entire flight crew, we once again thank you for traveling with us. We will begin our descent shortly and would like to remind you to place your seats in the upright position, stow your tray tables, and surrender any trash to the flight attendants as they prepare the cabin for arrival. We would also like to remind you that your viewership is highly valuable to us and always appreciated. If you would like to increase your support
All
of
right,
the
so
channel,
let's
a
confirm.
donation link can be found
Our bottom
in the
altitude
video
right now is going to be Wicker,
along
so
with
we're going to
other
go ahead
ways
and bump
to
down
stay
to Wicker,
connected
folks.
to the Dre Sanchez YouTube channel and this airline.
Okay, we
We
got
hope your flight
9,000,
has been pleasant
and
look forward to
we're going to be
seeing you
having
all
our
for
top
your
of the
future
strip marker
travels.
there.
See
within
you on
20.
the ground.
And we'll be transitioning here, which this is not to the standard scale. Okay, 30012, that looks good. Temperature is reporting 18. That is the correct altimeter. But if you ever get curious, you can just type it out and then type the 1 in inches, which is 3010. And anti-ice, that's pretty warm. So, and there's no significant weather. We'll say it's off. Landing configuration, we said we're gonna probably over 12. You know what? Let's be gangster, guys. We're gonna keep it full. We'll do full at 12, and let's see how we perform today. Air conditioning on. Brake mode will be low. Reverse mode will be on. We're looking at 130. The approach. It's almost within 10. Let's go here to our next phase. And we said that altimeter is 3010. Miles. Temperature is 18. And it is 30012. And 130 V approach, they both agree. Decision height is 4,150 feet, barometric. And we've got 5 to top and drop. At about 2, we'll go ahead and push it in, and we'll be down on the Molly 5. Okay, yeah, right now we should be on Unicom. Okay, we're right at 3. We're right at 2. And we are starting our descent. 122, we are on 122 correctly. We'll go ahead and get that CTAF. I feel like there's a bug on my head, something floating around. We'll go ahead and get that CTAF there in a second. On Unicom, El Paso, surrounding traffic, American 318, Airbus 319, descending out of flight level 370 on the Molly 5. We'll be transitioning in runway 22 full stop. El Paso. All right. Okay, let's watch the speed and make sure it's managing. We're about 2,400 feet on the descent. So far, it's a pretty aggressive descent, so we're going to monitor that. Let's get back over here. So we have confirmed 130. Let's do our approach briefing. Approach briefing, we've already got our minimums 4,150 feet. The ILS localizer frequency is 111.5 with a final approach course of 222. 111.5, 222 front approach course. The radio navigation confirms the runway that we'll be landing on, so we like what we see there. Okay, let's continue to monitor. Okay, we're 3,200 feet down, 300. We're still within the parameters of our descent speed, and we'll continue to monitor. Should we go miss and we've got some type of ATC on, then we're climbing to 4,600 feet, left turn to 8,000 on the heading of 050 on the outbound El Paso VOR radio 081 to Giffen. So here it is. We go miss, we make the call up to the 400 and 4,600 feet, climbing left turn. Here's that VOR. Then we get the outbound 081 to Giffen, and it is a left pattern. So we will do parallel. We're going to come straight and then make a turn back. Keeping in mind that this terrain here is 5,000. So let's see what final altitude they want on the procedure, and that's why we're going to 8,000. So there is the safety altitude as we're heading there. Let's check our descent. 27.4. Everything looks good. So let's confirm that we do have our mists, because autopilot will fly it better than I will. There's the 4,600 intercept heading 050. Then this is the radio that we're getting. So basically this stands for heading of 050. The course is going to be reading off the VOR. That's why the C is there. And then we'll pick that up on the outbound radio 081 to Giffen. And it is a left hold as we already confirmed. And it'll be at 8,000. So the approach briefing is looking good. We got our mist going. We know transitions 18,000 feet. Keeping in mind, as we approach, we are going to be here at Fispy, which is 5,900. We must be very cognizant of this terrain shelf here, and we must make our turn prior to. Everything else here in this area looks good. So we'll be descending Wicker to 9,000. Let's see how many feet we got to Wanab. To Fispy. So 12. Yeah, 6 is going to be, we're going to be working on the money for it. That's for sure. Here shortly at transition, we'll get our constraints on. At this time, we're going to go ahead and arm our ground spoilers. We're going to arm the auto brake. Okay, roger that, my G. You're going to be in the citation. Sounds good. Thanks for flying along, homie. So if we go up to Colorado Springs, it looks like we won't have any ATC. We'll check that. 'Cause I'm pretty sure we go from Albuquerque Center right up into Denver Center. Oh, I must have left my drink over there. All right. I don't really need the charts. Well, I have it on board anyway. All right. Remember, altimeter is 3010. Let's start working that here on standby. That's pretty much there. Let's go first officer. and straights are coming on. Alright, let's start working on our visuals. Okay, we'll always keep the entire route in there. I want to keep what's closer here. So the descent's we're gonna slow ourselves down drastically, because at Fisk and Wicker we need 210. And honestly, we can go ahead and buck down to a continued 7,500 feet. And then I'll probably put it into the vertical speed. Seat belts smoking is on. 10,000 feet, we'll get our landing system on, as well as the terrain on the ND. Okay, finally, let's go ahead and work on... Got me on my map, that's sweet. Let's work on CTAF here. CTAF is 18.3, how convenient.
Ladies and gentlemen, the seatbelt sign is now turned on, so it's time to return to your seat and fasten your seatbelt.
Alright, let's go ahead and switch over. Now we're transmitting on the CTAF frequency.
Flight attendants will be passengers and cabin to select any track one final time. Please ensure switch tables are stowed.
Okay, we're basically within 30 miles of the airport here. El Paso traffic, American 318, 12,800 feet. It's the Airbus 318. Descending out of 12,700 on the Mali 5, direct Woburn, and 2 nautical miles. We'll be transitioning to final at Fiske, runway 22 full stop. I don't know why I said 318, it's 319, man. Okay, so there's our descent profile at 7,500. I like it. Let's go ahead and accept into the system 59 for Fiske. And we're still looking good there. Okay, there's 59 right at Fiske, and I'm going to go a little lower for the next, just so I have enough time to make sure I am established. Fiske Crum 51. So I'm going to go ahead and accept in 51 into the McDo. Landing systems are coming on. And the entire airport is in there. ND on. We're 10,000. Turnout. Wing. Landing on. We don't need to manipulate the glide slip mode, the flap mode, or the landing flap 3 because we are landing full flaps. Airspeed is decreasing, and I will now take the airspeed over. 266 is now going to become nice 230. All right, spoilers out. Speed's decreasing. Alright. She went into a climb. Let's go ahead and disengage that autopilot. I accidentally, got your 5x5 here. I accidentally, we got to get the speed under control. Let's go back to idle. Auto throttle came off. So not to panic. Let's go ahead and keep following the path down. Not to panic. Auto throttle coming back on. Thrust levers going to climb. Autopilot reconnected. So what happened is I hit the lever. We had a slight emergency there, but we took care of it. No problem. Still on profile. I'm going to go ahead and manage everything now, folks. After that, it was just because my hand hit the... so we basically created our own in-flight emergency, if you will. Best thing you can do is stay calm, my G's. Okay, we're way high. We're going to go manual here. We're going to make a little turn. Let's go right into the heading mode here. El Paso traffic, American 318 is deviating from right downwind runway 22. We'll be making a left circuit to rejoin direct FISB for the approach ILS 22 full stop. Okay, we got a little off put there with the whole situation. Let's decrease our descent here to 1,800 feet. We're going to decrease our speed to 220. Let's continue the turn now. Check for terrain. $9,000. Speed brakes are still out. Bring that attitude up. Get that speed bled. Check traffic. Everything looks clear. We're getting ready to perform another left turn, folks. Left turn coming in. Left turns in, folks. Let's get that nose attitude up. Brakes out. Terrain on display. 1,200 feet. Terrain display is reading. Okay, let's slow the descent. Big time. And El Paso traffic, American 318 at 6100 will now be going direct FISB back right base runway 22 full stop. Okay guys, so we're going to go ahead and perform a left turn and then we'll be back direct to FISB. And it'll be like nobody's business, folks. We're going direct to FISB. We're going to vector ourselves. And then the best thing you could do after that is come here in the midst of shadows. Go direct to FISB. Oh, that's crumb. That's not what we want. Let's Go one more up. Let's see. Let's erase that. And we said we want FISBE. Okay, we're going to insert that. Now we got a nice directive FISBE. We're at speed. Speed brakes are coming back in. Speed is managed at 224. Speed is coming back to 210 for the turn. And we're direct. We got everything back under control. Let's go ahead and take us all the way back to what I like to see here. And we'll get ready to get onto the approach mode. Let's go ahead and also bring our speed, continue back to 210. Speed check, flaps 1. We're coming 180 on the speed. I want to be nice and slow. Next flap speed will be safe because we will be under the speed there once we get to 180. Terrain is clear. El Paso traffic, American 318, 5100. We are 7 miles from FISBE on a right base for runway 22 left, expecting full stop. Okay, we're getting ready to get the gear down. Let's go back and arm the spoilers. Spoilers are armed. Let's go ahead and speed brake is confirmed low. Let's check the cabin here. Cabin is checked. And we'll get ready to increase that drag. Okay, speed check, flaps 2. 5100 is confirmed, which is speed. We're actually going to be about 800, or we'll be feet, 800 or so, because it was supposed to be 59. We got ourselves lower to make sure we return. We got good terrain clearance here, though. We're at 180. Final approach speed is 130, coming back to 175. Landing gear is coming down. Don't forget, we'll be climbing 8,000 missed approach once we're on that well-established ILS. Okay, let's go ahead and roll back on the speed. I want to be nice and slow on this thing. Final flap speed must be under 177 knots. We are that now. Speed check. Flaps full. I want to establish everything nice and early with that little emergency we had. Okay, landing gear is down and confirmed. 3 green. All landing lights are on. El Paso traffic, American 318, turn to final, runway 22, full stop. Okay guys, let's start working that speed down. We got a sharp turn here, so we're not going to hit the localizer until we're well established. That is the reason I wanted to be low. You see that? We would have overturned it. That's why it's better to be configured. Let's get back on. Localizer is accepted. It's reading. We're under the glide. And now we've got a good setup to catch the glide path right here at 5,100 feet. Landing checks, all lights are on. Landing gear is down. 3 green. The auto brakes are in low. The auto spoilers are armed. And we'll be making final call. CTAF is 18.3. Okay, we're localizing. Once we catch our glide slope, we could get back up on the... Okay, let's get our final speed in there. 130. Speed's coming back. Okay, we're 1,100. We're 1,100 feet above the ground, 6 miles out. Paso traffic on final, established 22 left, 5 miles out. American 318, full stop. Glide slope is captured. We're coming back up on that MCP altitude. 1,000. Check. MCP altitude is getting set to 8,000 for the mist. which we know we're left turn. At this time, airplane stable, approach is stable. I'm going to go ahead and take it over from here, boys. My aircraft. So, we got a good approach here. Okay, let's work on center line.
500.
Check. Let's center ourselves here. We got a good angle of descent.
4.
Okay, let's work on center line, left bank here.
300.
Check. Check.
200.
Check.
Minimum.
Continue.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. Retard. Right. Retard.
My hand hit the doggone knob again. We kind of slammed her down, but we kept that nose up sufficiently. Okay, we're under 80 knots. All right, not bad. We saved ourselves. We're going to roll it out, folks. Okay, we're going to go ahead and break it there. Yeah, so maybe in the 300s. I got a little sloppy. Let's go ahead and take this here. Okay, guys, flaps are on the way up. El Paso traffic, American 318 is vacating runway 22 into the ramp.
108
On, looks like hotel here.
Now use your mobile devices. Please remain seated until the aircraft has come to a
APU starting.
stop and the seatbelt sign is turned off. Remember to use caution when opening the overhead bin.
Let's get ourselves slowed down here a little bit. Let's get these brake fans coming on. Let's slow her down, get some control here. A lot of stuff happens really quick when you're a single pilot here. Get that wing light off and get that taxi off. Strobe is off and confirmed. Flaps are indicating up and flaps are selected up. Taxiways are left, close C. Oh, did I disconnect? Oh, snap. I never noticed I disconnected there. Oh, well. We made our calls. I didn't even realize that we disconnected. Just because, sorry about that, guys. Just because there's a lot going on. Do you know what I mean? Okay, APU is now available. Brake fans are on. We'll see what that touchdown was. I'm sorry, say again?
I said I was trying to tell you what shot that you did a while ago.
I still can't understand what he's saying. What is he saying there? The PAX tried to say, oh, I see. Right. Yeah, sorry, guys. I could not even, if you saw what was going on, I could not even focus, literally, on anything over here because I had to worry about landing in this plane and an emergency that I had caused by accidentally hitting this throttle, but just having to, get her in. So, yeah, it's crazy that I even disconnected. So, that's my bad, folks. Honestly, not intentional, but hey, you guys saw what I was working with, man. Let's see. We should have maybe chose that gate, which we still can. Let's just come here so we can get a replay in and I can see what our little landing rate is. Yes, you guys did, so I do appreciate you guys. I do appreciate you guys, but you got to realize too, hey, I'm flying the plane. I cannot literally talk to you guys or even remotely look, so I do apologize. That thing turned off on you guys, but it's more important that I look at this. So I do 100% appreciate y'all, man, for real. No doubt, working as a team. You guys are awesome, man. Appreciate you. Real talk, man. Look at that. New Year's follies over here, man. Like, that was total.
Traffic November 906 connect here. Tracking runway 2 go to get Juliet 1. About the traffic.
Yeah, appreciate you, Greg. Oh, for sure, yeah. I wasn't even worried about it because I didn't even. You guys saw how busy that was. Like, literally. That was a busy save, if you will. You know, and for us to still make a pretty decent, have a decent approach is what it's all about, fam bams. Because I don't even know why I disconnected. That's like, it's never disconnected on me, and I didn't even hear it with all. I was so into my brain, honestly speaking. I was really so into my brain, folks, that anything else other than flying this plane was not a priority. I can truly promise you. I can truly promise you on that one. AP bleeds coming on. Boom, boom, boom. All other lights are off. Now, one thing I'm going to do on the ISS screen is I'm going to ensure, while we're waiting on the packs, let's get all these doors closed because I don't want the replay. I don't want the replay to... I'm going to say it was in the 3s. It felt a little butterific. Let's see. No, baggage loaders off. Catering chuck definitely not on. Let's turn that off. Pack stairs off. Close, close, close. Close, close, close. Off, off, off. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, we got the transponder off. I think we got a good arrival. Let's see what Pack X said. We got... Let's get it straight. 301, not bad at all. So I knew it felt like it was a 3. You know, just a pretty good touch. We were planned to rival 138. We did have a delay in San Diego, and then we had that little emergency. But it's a pretty standard flight, folks. Let's go ahead and save that. I've been saving them lately. And let's disconnect. We'll be back. My G, managed speed would have bailed you out. Yeah, roger that. Yeah, that just is going to be more time in the Airbus, Greg, for me. You can see what I fly, all the different stuff I fly. So I definitely, yeah, managed airspeed would have been much better. If I actually would have got on the notice that the auto throttles had disconnected, but a lot going on in my brain here, it would have been pretty decent. Alright, let's jump and see what we get for a replay here. Okay, roger that. And we won't overkill the replay since we got another leg to do. Let's see, we'll definitely get a little closer than that. All right, so this is the last of the replay. We're rolling in. We're rolling in, and hit the ground. I'll reload, get her going again, and we're out. I'm definitely not brave enough to do the replay, do all this, and then run X-Plane again. So I'm going to reload really quick, just so that you guys have a stable simulator. Appreciate everybody riding along with your boy. Happy New Year to each and every one of you. And I hope it's off to a good start.
Hello everybody, and welcome back to the Dre Sanchez YouTube channel. We're here at Palm Springs International Airport here in California at gate B12, standing in front of this beautiful United 737 MAX 8. And as I'm here, I just want to tell each and every one of you, thank you for rocking with your boy from day one, or if you just started rocking with me, or if you're watching this after I've already recorded this and you start rocking with me. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Guys, the channel is getting a facelift. We're scaling it up, so be prepared for big changes. For example, you might find me in the cockpit of a 737 MAX 8 flying for United. I'm going to show you how to start it up cold and dark, take it off, and of course we're going to butter it. You also might find me in the cabin of a nice executive jet, just sitting back, maxing in, relaxing. Either way, fam bammers, I wouldn't want to do it without you on board each and every time. So once again, thank you so much for always rocking with me, for adding your comments, for helping me learn, and for allowing me to share what I know and love about aviation. I hope to see you guys in the new year, and I wish each and every one of you a happy and blessed new year, not only for you, but your family. We'll see you in the skies, guys.
All right, fam bombers, we're back. Appreciate your patience. We already got filed. We were just running some extra stuff in the background. We're reconnecting, and yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that. All right, hey, Aviation Geek, how you doing? Retired says nice landing. I appreciate you, my G. Let's get on board really quick and do what we need to do here. Everything there is cold and dark. Again, okay, there we go. There does not appear to be any control, blah, blah, blah. Okay, good. We got our auto ATC situation going there. Battery 1, battery 2. Let's get that going. We're going to be speeding through this so we can get out of here, my G's. Boom, nav logo.
Possible traffic with every diner, you'll go fix the next year, lining up runway 22. Yeah.
Okay, have a good departure, man. Let's see. Let's go ahead and light these up. We'll get the FMC availability here at once. The tests are done. And we can come in here and go to the initialization page. Let's get that request going.
After traveling with N906 Quebec Air, taking off runway 22, cutting the bed at the 470, we have a lightning 3 departure.
Let's see, boom, boom, boom. Let's try it again here. And if it doesn't, I'll redo it in, yeah. Data link in progress. Let's see, let's edit this. Oh, you know what? Let's do something different here. The flight plan was accidentally generated in pounds. Okay. So let's give her a go now. Maybe the aircraft didn't like it reading it in pounds and it needs to be in kilograms. That's what it is. Alright, we're just solving all types of problems today, man. Alright, boom, 75, looking for a 380. Oh, it's got us 360. Okay, so let's refile that.
Tropical Desperado vacated with me to trying to get like 3 or something.
Okay.
Obviously, play American 318 and watching the street.
Hey, thanks, man, for being patient, man. Yeah, we had a few issues. I appreciate you watching. Happy New Year, man. All right, 360. That should be all reestablished. Let's get the plane's load configured here. Loading performance. Let me see what we got here. 145 packs. 8122, yeah, roughly 200 kilograms, 6,000 kilograms of fuel. I like it. Let's load it. Let's check our numbers. 55.5, 28.6, 6.1. Let's look up. They rounded up 6.1. It's acceptable. Flight plan. There is okay, they're calling for runway 13 in Colorado Springs, but I'm not necessarily believing that I like that, so let's get our own. Let's see, they want us actually squawk 1606. Let's do that quick. All right. And I promise I'm going to get you guys. I'm trying to get out here. I'm trying to keep to a schedule here so that I am able to do 2 legs for you guys. METAR. Let's get both METARs really quick for El Paso. I'm going to be paranoid. I'm going to be checking the X-Pilot client all the time to make sure I don't disconnect now. The 0 knots, 10 static miles. Boom, boom, boom. 29902. So 0 knots, winds are calm. I'm going to choose my own runway. That's how that's going to work. So we're departing out of here. We do have a departure out of here. Boom, boom, boom. Let's go here. We'll get those charts, the night charts too. See departure, we're departing here. And then CME should be our Chisholm. So basically our departure then direct. So, oh man, hey, appreciate you. Hey, good looking November 906 Quebec Sierra. Good looking, my G. Have a great flight. That was tight. He said, shout out, man. Roger that, fam. All right. Let's go ahead and get Colorado Springs bugged in there really quick. Airport spots and coordinates. Okay, here is 13. Very sufficient runway, and it gives us actually a very it gives us basically taxi right in. Very short taxiway. I like that. So we might be able to do this, fam Bamarooskies. Let's see what we got here for. Well, we can't assign ourselves that, but we can see what's. Okay. Whatever that was, we don't need it. We absolutely will not be doing that runway because I have no guidance and I got passenger plane here. And this is high elevation landing, and I for sure am not promising that I'm ever the Airbus professional. I do what I can, folks. So we are. Let me see. Weather, winds are calm, scattered, 10 static miles of visibility, overcast, Okay, the lowest cloud should be scattered at 8,000, good visibility. We're going to do an ILS. We're going to be coming from south to north. So, boom. What if we make a Dane? We can start descending to 10,000. That's an 11 DME arc from here. So it measures it from Black Forest to arc. Okay, so I guess from here to here is 11. So that makes that 11 on the arc. So we can get that. Let's shoot for that at 12. Let's shoot at a Dane initial fix at 12, and that'll provide us with our ride in. So let's come here. Let's hit this departure up. We're going to be departing 22, of course, on the Lat V, and we'll be transitioning Chisholm. And then from here, we're just going to go straight into the arrival, and if things change, I'll manipulate the FMC to whatever we may need manipulated. Okay, we're going via a Dane, remember that? None via a Dane, so let's insert that, and then we should have a Dane. So now if I really want to, which I'm going to obviously, we're going to get rid of that. Let's see, it won't let me do that. Let me check this chart over here. Sometimes you got to make miracles work. I've came in on the DeBerry 5, so there's another fix that we could put in, which is Fisher. Foxtrot, sure. So let's do Foxtrot, sure.
We'll see what we can do. No promises.
There we go. That looks good to me. If we really want to figure this thing out, let's just jump to the plan mode really quick. And let's see if that makes sense getting up there. Okay, so there's Fisher, so that's south. And there it is. So there's Fisher. We come up a Dane very nicely. So, and you can see with these bands too, you can get an idea of, you know, what we're working with here. So if this is 40 miles out, Fisher's about 40 miles out. So we were looking at a Dane at about 12,000. So we can probably hit Fisher at like flight level 180. So Fisher, they've got a Dane at 6, Mogul at 10. I'll leave it just as is. I'm gonna let the plane. It already calculated it. There's no need to. There's no need to at all worry this aircraft. Now let me check you guys out in chat in case I disconnected. Sky's cleared up, though. It's raining for me. Okay, roger that. Very cloudy, says turbulent weather. Possible isn't it desirable on my end? Okay, roger that. He says he's doing plain tasking. Okay, y'all. I am definitely on the move today, my G's, but Happy New Year. Altimeter. Let's do another METAR here in El Paso. 300 at 8. Temperature, yes, 18. Runway's dry. Let's just double check. Put in that 3010.
If you have trouble finding a location for any of your carry-on items, please use the flight attendant call button over your seat.
No anti-ice. Let's look at the weight balance. Takeoff 61.4.
To other passengers. Also be sure that the aisle is clear and sit down so that way other passengers can get by you.
28.9. I like it. Air conditioning will always be on my takeoffs configuration. We're looking at 160, 30, 40, up 04.
Now's the time to get out any last-minute text messages if you need to, but we ask that once you depart from the gate, you put away any laptops or tablets. Thank you, and welcome aboard.
$38.40 up, one flex 60. I like it. And we got navigation, and we have no ATC here, guys. 3010 is in and we're doing 360 for this run. And we're coming back here to the arc. Let's get this 20, and you know we like this at a little bit more further out. Let's get our situations here up. We're getting ready to prepare boom 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 for departure here, folks. Let's come down here. 1606 is what we needed in. Okay, let's check our location here on the ramp. Alright, pretty easy. Push back, hit golf, pick up Juliet, so we got this fam bam Maruskis. Let's see, I ain't even playing around with better pushback. We're just going to push back there and then make our turn.
All right, Captain.
It's better pushback has given me that, so we're coming on golf. Or Foxtrot, actually. Or, no, it's Delta, it looks like.
Our flight time will be roughly 1 hour and 13 minutes. Please note the cabin door is now closed. We ask that you make sure that all devices are in airplane mode
like
and your larger devices are now shut down and stowed. If you have not already, please fasten your seatbelt and verify it is low and tight across your lap.
Alright.
Your tray tables and seat backs must be in the full upright and locked position for departure. Cabin crew, prepare doors for departure, cross-check, verify straps,
Preparing for departure. No smoking's coming on. Seatbelts are coming on. We'll get beacon on here shortly. Crew oxygen's coming on. Okay. Fire test. Secure. Fire test right engine. And APU looks good. APU start. Door check. All doors are buttoned and secured.
Great news, Captain. Your tow's coming.
All right, 3010. 3009, close enough. APU is now available. External power is coming off. All right.
All right. Looks like the doors and hatches are closed and we're ready to connect.
Beacons on. Boom, boom, boom. Nav and logos on. APU's looking good. Emergency lights are armed. All fuel pumps are on. Let's do our scan. Generators, of course, are in the fault because the engines are off. All right. Go ahead and turn our transponder on.
Welcome aboard, Captain. Toes connected, bypass pins inserted. Go ahead and kill the parking brake when you're ready to go.
Okay. Aircraft is secure for pushback. Parking brake is released.
Here comes the pushback. Light them up.
Beacon light is on, and we are going to do, in fact, that. We have clearance for light up. We'll be starting engine 2. Confirming APU bleeds are on, and ignitions to the on position, and starting the right engine. Excuse me. All right, let's get going, guys.
Attention to the flight attendants for a safety demonstration. When the seatbelt light is fastened, please make sure that your seatbelts are fastened low and tight across your lap. To fasten, insert the metal fittings into one another and tighten by pulling on the loose end of the strap. To release your seatbelt, lift the upper portion of the buckle. We suggest that you keep your seatbelt fastened throughout the entire flight as you may experience unexpected turbulence. There are several emergency exits on this aircraft. To familiarize
El Paso
yourself with the
traffic, be
emergency
advised,
exits on this
American
aircraft, please refer to the
318
safety card in the seat back
is
pocket
pushing
in front
back
of you.
intersections of Juliet and Gulf out of the American gate there. We'll be taxiing for runway 22 on Juliet on the LAT V3 departure. We'll be out to the north there for El Paso traffic.
Although the bag does not inflate, oxygen is flowing to the mask. If you are traveling with
Okay, we got availability.
Just about done here. Go ahead and set
right
your
engine,
parking brake.
confirming setting parking brake.
And we're disconnecting the tow. Give me just a moment.
Calling out starting left engine. We got into.
When instructed to do so, open the plastic pouch and remove the vest. Flip it over your head. Wrap the straps around your waist and buckle at the front. Pull the strap to tighten. To inflate the vest, pull firmly on the
Okay, right
cord
generator's
only
connected.
when
We can go ahead and get max
If your light
authorized
vest does
there
not
for the
inflate
auto brake
automatically,
and
blow into
arm the
mouth
auto
switches for
spoilers.
manual inflation. This vest is equipped with a whistle and light. If necessary, your seat cushion can be used as a secondary flotation device. Pull the cushion from the seat, slip your arms into the straps, and hug the cushion to your chest. Please securely stow
Okay,
all
we'll continue
personal
to rise
items.
on N1.
Make sure your seatbelts are fastened and seat backs and tray tables
Should be
are all
stabilizing at
in full
19
upright
as well.
position. We remind
Right where we
you
should
that
get
this is a
availability.
non-smoking
There we go.
flight, and that
Approaching
includes
19.
vaping.
Stabilizing
And we're disconnected.
and
Signal
availability.
left. Take it easy and have a safe
And
flight.
ignitions.
Strictly prohibited by law. All of this
Bleeds,
information and more can be
APU.
found on the safety card located in the seat back in front of you. We suggest you
All
use
right,
this and let
let's
us
go
know if you
ahead
have
and get
any
into
questions. Thank
flight
you for
controls
flying with
here.
us, and we hope you
We
enjoy your
need
flight.
to confirm takeoff. We need up 04. Up 04 and controls check. Pull up. Pull down. Aileron left. Aileron right. Neutral. Rudder left. Rudder right. For function toe brakes, but we'll also do a toe brake. And we must come here and get the en route timer selected there for our departure. All right, let's get right into flaps 1 being selected. That's in travel. Okay. It was just that flaps were in transit, so we were getting a... And takeoff is normal. Aircraft is ready for departure. Taxi briefing one more time. And we are right here, right at Juliet. So we're going to make a basically left here for Gulf, then Juliet. El Paso traffic. American 38 turn exiting the ramp will be on Juliet, transitioning off of Gulf, runway 22 left on the Lat V for El Paso. Taxi lights, runway turnouts, nav logo beacon on. APU has been discharged and is still available for the time being. Parking brake is off. And off to the left we go. Get some directional thrust here. Hopefully my big hands don't hit the thrust this time. Welcome aboard American Airlines 318 with service to... Okay, this should be Gulf Juliet intersection here. Very strong turn. With service to Colorado Springs. All right, and this is going to be Juliet here.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Dre Sanchez YouTube channel. This is his first officer in life, his wife, and I would like to extend a big thank you to all of you for flying with us today. Please remember to like, subscribe, and share, and always be courteous to other passengers on board. We appreciate all of your support and hope that you will join us each stream as we grow the channel together. Positivity and information sharing is always welcome, so please do not hesitate to add your comments in the chat. Once again, welcome aboard, and we will get you to your destination safely. Thank you.
All right, Thomas, man, good night, man. Thanks for joining. Thanks for participating, my G. I appreciate you. Appreciate you for sure for participating. Hope you have a good evening, brother. All right, let's pick up this taxi here. All right. Let's see if we can reset my view here. There we go. I like it. Woohoo! Zato, man. Happy New Year, my G. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you, famers. Zato is in the house. What you up to, Zato? You flying? You racing? El Paso traffic, American 318 on Juliet, taxi at runway 22 departure on the LAT V3 will be out to the north here, El Paso. Now let's make sure I'm still connected. All right, we're connected, man. Flying time for this leg too, I believe, is about 100 an hour and some change. El Paso traffic on Juliet American 318 entering runway 22, immediate departure LAT V3, El Paso. Final looks clear. All lights are on. V1 rotate 138 flex 60 on a flaps 1 departure out of El Paso, Texas. Final checks. Lights, spoilers, brakes. Go around, we're gonna go left. Alright, en route timer, chronometer. Okay, flex takeoff, flex man SRS, flex 60, takeoff power set. Airspeed's alive. $80 knots. A little bit of left rudder here. Get on center line for rotate there. 120. V1 approaching. V rotate. She was a little windy there. Let's get centered up. Here we go, baby. Nice and easy. Positive rate. Gear is up. Left turn coming up immediately. El Paso traffic, American 318, clear of runway 22. We are out to the north on the LAT B. Final call, El Paso traffic. Okay, call for climb power set. Nose down, stabilizing speed. Still in the left turn. Speed is increasing. Flaps will be. We'll keep flaps in here for more stabilization of the speed after this here turn, just to make sure engines are performing. Speed is increasing. Speed check, flaps clean. Speed is still increasing. 7,300. Stabilize. Nose gear is coming off. Nose gear off. 7,000, 8,000. Let's get this more productive for this turn here. Okay, turns coming in. Passing through 8,500 here. Speed is increasing, 9,500 and climbing. Target altitude of 36,000 feet is in the MCP already. We are cleared up, no ATC. And we're at 10,000. We'll stabilize here and then get on AP1. Left turn here. Speed is increasing. 11,000. We'll get lights off here. AP1, right on course.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now passed 2,000 feet. You can turn on larger portable electronic devices. This is also a reminder to
Wing off.
seatbelt fasten throughout the duration of the flight. Do not form a line near the left point.
Landing
This
off.
aircraft is equipped with onboard Wi-Fi. If you wish to connect to the Wi-Fi, you'll be directed to a page.
Strobe on, beacon on, the wing off. Nose, taxi off, takeoff, goes off, landing off and retracted, runway turn-offs off. We will leave seatbelts on for the climb. Pack airflow is normal. And we have no alerts and no alarms. Let's come here, hit recall. Recall messages are normal and ECAM status is normal. Okay. Speed brakes are good. I really need to get a button for that. And terrain on ND is coming off. And 5 minutes matches, and we are on our way up. Full range there. Weather is confirmed with TCAS. Weather here, and we are almost going to be over Latvia in 8.7 nautical miles on the departure there. And we are looking good. Appreciate you guys hanging out. Mostly flying, racing here and there. Okay, roger that, man. Well, happy New Year to you, man. Thank you for joining for sure. Always a pleasure to see my G on board, dog. Alright, I am extremely thirsty. I'm going to have to jump out here, get something to drink as this plane climbs. Thank each and every one of you for riding along with your boy. We'll wait till we hit transition, and then I'm out of here to get something to drink because I am thirsty, man. Big time. Another 1,000 feet. We'll go into the standard pressure, and I promised you guys I would tell you what the ride was. Over. Hour and 14 minutes, so kind of the same dynamics as the last flight. You can see change in ortho right here. Boom. Okay, we're standard now. And guys, we are climbing. We're looking good. Let's check this out. Decimated fuel on board is 3,000 kilograms of fuel, and the flight pan for our alternate is calling for 2.1 kilograms of fuel, and that alternate is a well-known alternate. It's Denver. So good to go. We got about more 83 nautical miles for the climb. We're at 19,000 feet, and like I said, I want to thank each and every one of you guys for riding on board for sure on this New Year's here. Let's move you guys back here, give you a little bit better review. And I'm jumping out of this cockpit for now because I am thirsty, but I will be here with you guys shortly. Appreciate you.
families will be starting our in-flight meal service. Please look in your seat back for our menu, and one of our crew members will stop by shortly for your order. If you would like to order additional menu items, please hit the flight attendant call button at any time and we'll be over shortly.
Alright, you guys, I am back. Sorry, I had to greet my lovely wife. Top of descent 2050. Right now it's 2020, so that's 30 minutes until we're anticipated to be on the ground here. So don't worry about this stuff. This is just outdated scenery that I still had in from X-Plane 11. We got our halfway mark right here, our ETOPS here in about 60 miles. The aircraft is holding stable. Fuel on board is 4,240 kilograms of fuel, or 4.4 tons. We're still expected to have 3.0 kilograms or 3 tons of fuel once we get there. We only need 2.1 to get to Denver there. So we are making it happen for sure, 100%. And yeah, so thing we'll do here is let's go ahead and give ourselves a little weather report here. Okay, winds are 350 knots. So we are going to be doing a runway change here, which we pretty much need to start planning for now. Winds have switched. And we've got an aircraft here just 1,000 feet within 40 miles. So we may even have to, let's keep this, let's keep him in perspective. Right there. He comes here, we got a problem. He is 1,000 feet above us. Okay, it looks like he's... Okay, he's 900 feet above us. Okay, he's not within 15 miles of us, though. That's good. There he is here. There he is here. Okay, no factor. Alright, 203 miles. Let's take a look what transition we can make. .35 right would probably make for the most sensible taxi. Let's see what we have for approaches. Weather looks good. I don't see why we want this on an arc. Let's see, 20 miles from PUB, initial fix, so maybe we'll take that. So right now we are direct to Fisher. Okay. And let's check one thing before we make this change. Black Forest 81, and that's 20 miles. So maybe we can be at that at maybe 14, maybe 12. All right. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna be on heading mode here for a second. We're going to go to the flight plan here. We're going to go ahead and make this change. We're going to go arrival. And we said we're doing ILS 35 right. Let me double check that chart. ILS localizer 35 right. And we're doing no star. We're doing via Pueblo. No transition. Insert that, and we're gonna go now direct to Pueblo. Insert that. $60 decel. Valor 81. Sidestick 81. Okay. So now we got top of drop 128. Once we get a little closer, we will make concessions to double check the radio navigation page there. 2044 on the descent, so we got about, a little under 20 minutes. Alright, so that change has been made. T-class is clear. Let's jump into plan mode really quick before we get too comfy. And it's nice and smooth. We hit Pueblo, that's the initial fix, and then it's just pretty much smooth in. I mean, that's not even a hard thing to note. That's why we kind of did it that way, based off of where we were at, our southern position from where we were. Makes sense to just come here and then head it straight in. So let's get our charts squared away here. This one we don't need. This one we'll keep. This one we don't need. This is what we need here. Night, oops. Go on the night mode there. So we'll be coming here. And look at that. We're going to be a heading of 316. And then we'll be right 30 something degrees. So we'll hit this, activate our localizer. At this point, at Valor, we'll be heading 352. At Sidestick, which is the Maltese Cross, we will be 5.9 DME from the ILS localizer for runway 35 right. Threats, we do have terrain left. It is a high elevation landing, so the engine performance can be degraded. The barometric decision height is going to be 6318. We got to climb to 6,600 feet. Continue right turn to 9,000 on the heading of 047 on the outbound Black Forest VOR. outbound VOR, radio 091, which will be out to the east, off of the VOR outbound, heading away, to a Dane intersection, which is exactly where the other arc started, so we're familiar with where that's at in relation to the field. Dane is going to be over here. So now let's take some information, jump ahead of the gun and put 6318 in our arrival minimums. There's that, and we'll do one more check before we start getting the final landing information in. Seeing as how we still got 2103, I'm sorry, 2043, so we still got about a little over 10 minutes until we go ahead and descend. Let's make sure these descents make sense. So we're getting Pueblo at 11,240. Ten, 6, okay, so that's good. We'll basically be in the descent for basically roughly 72 miles or so until we hit this altitude. So we're going to set our altitude for 8,100 feet on the target. Got that here coming up shortly. All right, I shall return in 1 second, G's, and we'll be ready for our top of descent. are back in action. Now, let's make sure we didn't get disconnected. Okay, we're still connected. Still tripping on how we got disconnected last time. But it is what it is. The more important thing is that we were flying correctly and had a nice landing still. Okay, 61 miles. And it is almost the middle of the hour, so the weather information shouldn't be changing again. So let's punch in Colorado Springs so we have enough time. Okay, same weather, 350, 3 knots, auto ATC. Hey, I hit auto ATC and it disappeared. I don't even know. Oh, let's see. Albuquerque Center advised send and maintain 340. Okay, yeah, we get it. 350, 3 knots. Outside temperature is 7 degrees. That's correct. Altimeter 29901, so that's correct for sure. Runway conditions are dry, anti-ice is off. Landing weight estimated 60.9. It's close enough. Yeah, the winds are 3. We'll do full. Air conditioning will be on. Runway 35, 40, 4,180 meters. That's a long runway. Brake mode low, reverse on. Let's compute. Okay, so we have a large margin here. You know, roughly half of the runway if we float it, but we won't. And then it gives us the METAR here, which is exactly correct. C2991. So that's pretty cool. So if you're wondering if your QNH is correct when you compute, you'll check it here. If you have your basically your settings to inches, it'll show here. Let's check TOD. Target altitude 81 is set. At transition, we'll go ahead and make sure our terrain displays are on a little higher, because remember the excuse me, the Earth is a little higher, which is a higher elevation landing, so we got to keep that in mind. A Dane is going to be our mist, and let's see on that one. So let's confirm we're looking for a V approach of 131. Right now it's off a little bit, 7 degrees Celsius. They said it was 350 at 3. Got that in there, and we are gonna override what the recommendation is and take that. And that little pause I usually don't get nervous about. That's just whatever reason. Explain. All my simulators I think do that, so I don't know what that's about. So we're good there. Upon arrival. 3-5 right. Best odds we get off an Echo 4. Next best odds Echo 3, left Echo, Hotel, Mike or November to the ramp. Any available gate. It's a small terminal. And the CTAF 19.9. Good thing is we've been monitoring Unicom the whole time on COM 2, so now we're already stay ready for the Colorado Springs CTAL. We got top of descent here in less than 20 miles.
From the entire flight crew, we once again thank you for traveling with us. We will begin our descent shortly and would like to remind you to place your seats in the upright position, stow your tray tables, and surrender any trash to the flight attendants as they prepare the cabin for arrival. We would also like to remind you that your viewership is highly valuable to us and always appreciated. If you would like to increase your support of the channel, a donation link can be found in the video description, along with other ways to stay connected with the Dre Sanchez YouTube channel and this airline. We hope your flight has been pleasant and look forward to seeing you all for your future travel needs. See you on the ground.
Hey guys, we are within 5 miles of our descent. We've got 8,100 in the target altimeter, or excuse me, target altitude on our MCP there. Okay, we should be within 2. Okay, 3 miles. At 2 is when I hit it. Okay, we are at 2. Auto brake set to low. Gonna arm these spoilers earlier. I always arm them just in the event, but we will also be able to use them. Okay guys, we are going to make an announcement on Unicom. So let's switch, transmit. On Unicom, American 318s and Airbus A319 vacated flight level 360 now, flight level 342 on a 355 heading, descending direct for Pueblo VOR for initial approach fix, runway 35 right, full stop, Colorado Springs. Our final approach speed is going to be 131. We'll study our missed approach one more time here shortly. Okay, here's the Pueblo VOR. So we're just due south. That'll be our initial approach fix for runway 35 right. That's what we chose, which is a good transition. Winds are very calm 3, and just to let you guys know, that last landing that we had in El Paso, we did land full flaps as well, and the winds were 12 knots, so we still did pretty good with a 12 knot wind. For those of you that joined us on the first approach into El Paso, we had a little folly. My elbow bumped the controller, and before I realized to get the auto throttle switch, we had to basically just make a little left traffic pattern, if you will, off the right downwind. Then we basically joined back on a base, which we joined on a left turn for a right base, and ended up not being too bad. So guys, total flying time for this was about 1 hour and 14 minutes. We're at 52, so we should be on time to pull up to the terminal. If we make our first high speed, we're looking good. Very short taxi. We'll transition over to the terminal fairly quickly. And if not, then we will take hopefully the next high speed. So first high speed, very doable, Echo 4. Now if we do get Echo 4, depending on our stopping profile, we might have to skip hotel and just pick up golf and then come. However, worst case scenario, which will burn more fuel, we'll take Echo 3, sharp left back Echo, provided there's no traffic, which there would be no reason to be traffic coming here because we're landing on north runway, so they should, if any incursion occurs, it'll be here on a aircraft turning southbound, so we'll watch out for that. As far as our approach, we are right turn to 9,000 direct to Dane on the outbound Black Forest outbound radial 091 course, which is 11.1 DME from Black Forest and hold, and it is a left pattern. Altimeter is 29901. Seems to be a nice visible day there. This here is Pikes Peak. I used to work over here on Fort Carson. Did a lot of training, about 2 hours south of Fort Carson off the I-25 and then out into a place called Pinion Canyon. And if you've ever been there, you know how miserable that is, so we won't even get into that at all. Let's see at Pueblo what speed she thinks she wants to be at. Okay, we're still going to be smoking in there. And I'll take over the speed. Pueblo will be at 230 or even 210. And if I feel like it, it'll be even slower than that. Okay, flight level 216 and descending. As you can see here with our vertical guidance, we're right flight under the profile and on descent of 2,100 feet per minute with a target altitude of 8,100, which is already confirmed that at this current profile in the computer, we will make that here, which is nice because CJEX is also at 8,100 for the Maltese Cross for the final approach for runway 35 right. 2,200 to transition. Don't forget high elevation landing, so 6,318 feet barometric is ground zero for these wheels to touch down at the touchdown zone of runway 35 right. So this 19,000 is really only about 6,000. I'm sorry, this 19,000 is really only about 13,000 feet or so above ground level. And this is where you really need to understand the differences in altitudes. Let's go ahead and get our standby together here. And let's work on this other side. And by the time we get to our side, perfect. We're at our transition, so now we can get ours dialed back appropriately. It's just saying it disagrees, but now it agrees. How fabulous. Okay, we're at transition, so let's get constraints on. Not that there's much in the constraints department, but nonetheless, procedure is a procedure. Okay, we're flowing pretty fast here, and we're almost going to be within 20 of the airport, so let's start thinking about speed parameters here. We're coming back on the speed big time. Let's go ahead and make a concession right away, and let us attempt to bring our speed back to 230. And of course, at this point, let's help our aircraft out. All right, let's make sure we're communicating on CTAF. Colorado Springs traffic, American 318 is an Airbus 319. Currently 9 nautical miles south of the Pueblo VOR on a heading of 353. We'll be transitioning there for the initial approach fix onto runway 35 right, full stop. All right. In the ICS, there is an option to sink the barrels. Oh, roger that. I just don't like the Cass. What's up? Your SimC at CFI says have a good stream. Hey, appreciate you guys, man. Appreciate you guys. Okay, brakes are out to full here. Okay, we're going to transition that speed to 210 now.
Please also store any carry-on items either in the seat back pocket or under the seat linen. Please complete all Wi-Fi related tasks.
Man, we'll keep 230 for now. And first stage of flaps can come in when we'll do a 15 nautical mile or not difference, so we'll allow them at 215. Okay, rearm them. Left turn, Colorado Springs traffic, American 318 overhead Pueblo, now establishing on ILS runway 35 right, full stop. Okay, speed's looking good and managed. We've got about 16 to this point here, and then we'll be turning to final, which is a 10-mile final. So we'll be for sure at about 190 or so, and speed bleeding back. $146, 131, 182. Okay, we're gonna try something. We're gonna go full managed speed. So we're gonna allow the aircraft to manage the speed completely. I get into a little bit of a control freak, so let's try this on approach. Okay, wings coming on. Landing lights, runway turnoffs. We'll be on the ground shortly, guys. Terrain on ND. Landing systems are both on. 9,000 will be set up for a Dane should we go missed. So what the aircraft is doing, it's holding our last speed that we said, and then once we get here to the decel, the aircraft will decelerate on its own. We'll monitor and make sure it does. All landing lights are on. Terrain on both NDs. Ground spoilers are armed, confirmed. And auto brake is set to low. Okay, there goes the speed coming back. It's managing itself. I like it. Once we get to 215, I'll accept flaps 1 speed checked. Speed check, flaps 1. Next stage of flaps confirmed below 200. Okay, and it's bringing me all back to speed check flaps 2. This managed speed is bringing me back nice and slow. It's always a good thing to slow it up. Now let me make sure I'm connected to the network. Okay guys, I'm connected to the network. Alright. Okay. Flaps 3, 185, and flaps 4, 177. Flaps 3. Landing gear is coming down. And we'll wait for final turn for flaps full. Approach phase is active. Colorado Springs traffic, American 318, turn to final runway 35 right. Okay, local anchor establishing. We're going to wait for the glide slope to bug up. Runway is in sight. Checks again, terrain on ND. Auto brake is to low. Ground spoilers are armed. Gear is down, 3 green. All landing lights are on and confirmed. Cabin has been dinged. 5 mile final, we'll go flaps 5. And we're looking good. Okay, we are just about to get to our Maltese cross, and you can even see final descent is here for our high elevation landing. Okay, our vertical profile is active. Prepare to bug up the 9000 once it is captured for our mist. I will just simply push everything, go to toga, push everything autopilot, and let her do her thing the moment. But I must remember to go back onto autopilot. That's the thing. Okay, glide slope is capturing. Let's wait for it to be fully captured and confirmed. Colorado Springs traffic, American 318 is on a 5 mile final runway, 35 right full stop. We'll leave this bugged out a little bit for the mist. All right, guys, let's monitor. The crosswind is not a full, it's a partial from the left. Let's rock it, y'all. Flaps full. And final conditions are met for landing. Coming a little lower on profile. Yep, that's what I just was saying. I'm going to come a little bit lower on profile here. Let's line up for landing. Glide slope's coming back. It's beautiful.
Glide slope. 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 100 above. Glide 500.
Check.
400. Minimum.
Continue.
300.
There we go.
200.
On a good visual day, I definitely like to be where I'm comfortable with.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 10. 5.
Hold that nose up. Hold that nose up. Hold that nose up. Center line. Reversers out. Hold that nose. Hold that nose. Hold that nose. A little bit to the left there. Auto brake off. Reversers off. Wheel brakes. And we're on Echo 4. Almost a textbooker there. Brake fans coming on.
and gentlemen, welcome to Colorado. The local time
So, that was fun.
2:05
Okay.
p.m., and it's currently
Now let's
about
get slowed
46
down and see if we can pick up
degrees
the
Fahrenheit.
right
You can
gate.
now use your mobile devices.
Colorado Springs traffic, American 318 on Echo 4, clear of runway
Remember to use caution when opening overhead
35
bins
right
that
into the
items may have
ramp.
been shifted during the flight. We thank you for flying with us.
Alright, we can even make all the taxiways we need. Nice job, I appreciate it. Hey, Greg, that was the managed speed. There you go, buddy. I still like to manage it on final because I just mentally like to make small adjustments myself. But that doesn't mean it's right. You know, so we're talking potentially bad habit and a bad Airbus habit for me. Flaps are up, confirm. Everything is stowed here. So I'll be first to admit, it might not be right, but I feel more comfortable landing them when I have a little bit more control over that speed there. I just manage it last second. Alright. Chronometer can stop. There we go. Turn that off a run. Look at that. Hour and 13. It was supposed to be an hour and 14. We did big things, y'all. Yes, textbook. Thank you. Will do. Nice job. Thank you. So, guys, it's been a pleasure flying for you guys today, my G's. Very beautiful approach here into Colorado Springs. An old military alma mater of mine. Let's get that MCP altitude back up to 10,000 for the next oncoming crew. Brake fans are still confirmed and on. And we've got our first turn in here on, looks like Mike to the ramp. We'll take it so we can start scanning for parking. I think I see a gate in the corner we can use. Very small terminal. This terminal is probably like the size of Fresno Yosemite as far as its size. Oh yeah, we'll be doing the replay for sure. Thank you for saying that. So our first landing with a 12-knot wind, of course, full flaps, was negative 301. We'll head right over there. Now this taxiway here where they want you to do the eye lead is very close, so we're not going to. And we're going to pull her on in a little on the other side of this Delta 7, looks like 757 over there. Okay, we're checking eye lead for the gate. Everything is clear. We've got eye lead, folks. All lights off. Weather system's coming off. Beacon's off. And seatbelts can come off. And APU bleed comes on. And guys, welcome to Colorado Springs. Let's see if we get a gate here. Guess the jetway does not want to attach me, which is okay. Let's get off here and let's get me off because we got replay time. We got to get it in there for Fuentes, man, you know. Vamos a poner un poco música. Okay, we got to get those doors closed, and then we'll run the replay. We'll make sure they close. I know Greg says they close on the replay, but I replayed it one day on my system, and they didn't close. So I'm just gonna make sure they close, so we have a clean replay. All right, let's go and see what the landing rate was, guys. Look at that, -45 butter, baby. A little ahead of schedule, soft landing. Look at that, -45, my G's. Let's see, we were supposed to get here at 4:03. We got here at 3:52, and it was that northern landing that saved us a little bit of time. -45. Nice one. We're saving that one, Fambamaruskionians. All right, let's get into the replay, man. That was a nice one, Fambamaruskis. All right. We're all good. Doors are closed. And let us toggle the fun. Okay. All right. Happy New Year, everyone, and thanks for riding along with your boy. Happy New Year to you too, Fuentes. Thank you. Much appreciated. And it's been a very enjoyable time hanging out with you guys on New Year's Day, so I appreciate each and every one of you that did so, because your time is the most valuable thing that you have. And we spent it together, man, so I appreciate it. Least I could do was give you guys a butter. And we held that nose up. Made sure we dropped center line. We're going to get a look at this a few different ways, my G's. We did good work as a team. Guys, we work great as a team. Seriously, look at this. Look what happens when you put your mind to teamwork. Makes the dream work. Beauty, miss. See what other juicy view we can get. Let me see what this will net us if we do a little. See where it comes up at. I don't think it's going to be good. Let's just get another tower view. What do you say? Then we'll do a wing replay, a long one, and then we're out of here, Fam Bama Ruscaronians. For the new year, you guys have been 100% awesome. Alright, so we're going to do some wing replays. And then we'll be done. We'll do 2 of them. And then we're out of here, man. Thanks, everybody, for riding along. I'm going to be done with my commentary. Happy New Year to each and every one of you. And I hope to see you on the next one here on the Dre Sanchez YouTube channel. Let's get the new year off to the right start. Deuces.